Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Ohio.
Matt Carson will be the batter.
Well, something's got to give. This is the whole ball of wax right here.
Bases loaded, 2 down, 0-1 pitch. Carson with a hot smash into right field. The Indians win it. Their 10th walk-off win at home this year as Matt Carson's magical season continues. 7 for 9 as a Cleveland Indian, and he delivers here in the 11th inning as the Tribe wins it 2-1. From Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, the Indians continue to keep the heat on in the American League chase for a wild card playoff berth. Tonight it's Game 2 in a 4-game series between the Tribe and the Houston Astros. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. The Indians got it done last night. It took 11 innings, but they found a way to get the win, and they turned to an unlikely hero in the 31-year-old journeyman, Matt Carson.
Well, they got it going. The bottom part of the lineup, you get a base hit there to get the 11th inning going. Then Cabrera, the swinging hit down the line, he beats it out barely. But he is called safe, and then you walk Mike Aviles, and it sets the stage for Matt Carson. It comes up, and what a big base hit, and what a job he has done since his time being here. A walk-off base hit. He feels a part of the ball club. They've been unbelievable this year as far as walk-off wins. That was number 10.
Matt Carson called that the pinnacle moment in his career. He said, I've crisscrossed this country a number of different times playing professional baseball, getting an opportunity, though, to do it in the clutch for a team that's in the playoff chase, he said. Can't ask for much more than that. So that's the way it stacks up tonight. The Indians must continue to win to keep the heat on. When we come back, it's game time. Zach McAllister on the hill for the Indians here tonight. A different night, a different hero. Swisher had 4 hits. Carson had the game winner. Who steps up tonight? We'll find out next.
Hello, 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 hello.
Ready for baseball tonight here in downtown Cleveland as the Indians take on the Houston Astros. Let's quickly look at Bo Porter's starting 9 for Houston. Jonathan Villar will lead it off, followed by Jose Altuve, who has hit in 7 straight games. Mark Krause will bat 3rd. Chris Carter in the cleanup spot. Trevor Crowe bats 5th. Brandon Laird getting the start at 3rd base. He'll hit 6th. J.D. Martinez in the lineup tonight, DHing and batting 7th. Carlos Corcoran will catch and bat 8th, and L.J. Hose batting 9th. Zach McAllister on the hill for the Tribe tonight, looking for his 9th win of the year. And his first pitch is up and away, ball 1. 82 degrees, our game time temperature. Breeze blowing out toward right and right center field. Popped into shallow left center. Bourne on the move. He dives and he makes the catch. Oh, a terrific effort for Michael Bourne, who winces as he gets back to his feet. An all-out diving effort on the game's first ball put in play. He might have hit his chest hard on the turf.
Man, knocked the wind out of him. This will be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. He was able to get there because it had enough air underneath it. And you can see where he hit on his chest as he's coming in. He's going to make the dive. He times it well, makes the catch. Now watch his chest hit. Boom, he comes down hard, but makes the play.
Don't hit another one out there. Give him a little minute to
22nd timeout.
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Jose Altuve. During his 7-game hitting streak, he's batted .400. 1 for 5 last night. And he hits this one to first base. Nick Swisher fields it cleanly. 2 quick outs.
Let's check out the Kia Indians defense behind the Zach attack tonight. It'll be Brantley in left, Bourne in center, Stubbs in right. Aviles at 3rd, Cabrera at short, Kipnis at 2nd, Swisher at 1st, Santana behind the plate. McAllister on the year, his 23rd start. He is 8-9, a .396. He started that game last Sunday in Chicago that had the 4.5-hour rain delay. Came out, pitched well. Got himself a win, 6 2/3 innings, 6 hits, and allowed just 1 run. They scored for him early in that game. He was a beneficiary of a lot of home run balls.
Mark Krause batting with 2 down here in the first. Equaled his career high with 3 hits last night, including a pair of doubles. And a liner to first, and it's a quick 1-2-3 first inning for Zach McAllister as the Stros go in order. The Indians are coming to bat. Let's take a look right now at Terry Francona's starting lineup for the Indians, brought to you by Progressive, making it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. Michael Bourne will lead it off, then Nick Swisher, who's hit in 9 straight, followed by Jason Kipnis. Carlos Santana batting cleanup. Ryan Rayburn, the DH, hits 5th. Asdrubal Cabrera at short will bat 6th. Then it's Michael Brantley, Mike Aviles, and Drew Stubbs.
And 24-year-old Brett Oberhauser will be making the start. His 9th major league start. You can see his record 4-3 at 298 earned run average. He's done a nice job. 35 strikeouts over his last 8 starts, and he just started in the rotation July 31st, and it's been very good. Only 9 walks in 60 1/3 innings. His first time he will be facing the Indians.
Brett Oberholzer takes aim against Michael Bourne. Bourne wanted to bunt it, and it's fouled back. These two were traded for each other 2 years ago at the trading deadline. Brett Oberholzer, originally part of the Atlanta Braves organization. He went to the Astros, and Michael Bourne went to Atlanta. Fouled away. Oberholzer looks in, and the 1-2 pitch. Low and away. Ironically enough, Oberholzer, who grew up just outside of Philadelphia, was a huge fan of Michael Bourne when he was in the Phillies organization. Their paths crossed in spring training. He introduced himself to Michael. How could he have known shortly thereafter he'd be traded for him?
That's something, isn't it?
Isn't that crazy?
It really is. Baseball can be a strange game at times.
I'm trying to think. This has got to be their first time matching up, right?
Well, this is the first time he's ever faced the Indians. So
he's faced a few hitters on this Indians club, but it's the first time he's squared off against Michael Bourne. Got to be a little strange for Oberholzer. Now the 2-2. Bourne slaps it towards short. VR flips it over. 1 down.
Let's check the Astros defense. It looks like this. In the outfield, it's going to be Krause in left, Crow in center, Hose is in right. Laird is at third. VR is at short. Altuve second. Carter is at first. Corcoran behind the plate.
The umpires tonight: Todd Titchener is your home plate umpire. Jordan Baker at first. C.B. Buckner at second. And the crew chief, Dale Scott, down at third. Nick Swisher riding a 9-game hitting streak. And after last night's 4-for-4 performance, he has collected 14 hits and 35 at-bats during his tear. Swisher batting .313 now in the month of September. He lays off, and it's a little low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swisher's double last night came in the first inning. Also had 3 singles. This one's bounced to short. VR takes his time, makes a good throw. 2 gone. The keys to the game are brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. And for the Indians, looking for a September hero who will step in and pick him up tonight. Zach McAllister, try to command all of his pitches and really pick up where he left off against Chicago.
Yeah, you'd like to see him do that. And you're right, offensively, it's got to be somebody different every night, and that's the way it has been for the Indians overall.
Strike outside corner.
Oberholzer has a very good strikeout to walk ratio, just under 4, 3.89 strikeouts per walk. So he's around the plate. You figure you're going to get something decent to hit.
Outside, 2 balls and a strike. This is that stretch that really continues for the Indians. They have seen a lot of left-handed pitchers, and Oberholzer the second of 3 lefties they'll see in this series.
Yeah, they'll break it up tomorrow and throw a right-hander.
Right back up the middle. But VR is there behind the bag. He assists on all 3 putouts in the first, and we are scoreless after 1. By McDonald's, now introducing 3 exciting new quarter pounders, and by Kia. Second inning, no score. Chris Carter will lead off for Houston. And McAllister goes right at him with a fastball for strike 1. Carter leads the Astros in home runs and runs batted in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I was surprised he wasn't in that number 4 hole yesterday. Carter was hitting down in the 6th spot. He's a guy, he has 17 home runs on the road this year.
The irony there is that Minute Maid Park is a very homer-friendly ballpark, especially you would think for a right-handed hitter.
Well, if you pull the ball, this guy's got pretty good power everywhere.
Up high, full count.
They have that strange center field that it goes out a ways, and then that little hill out there at about 420 feet called Taos Hill.
And the payoff pitch broke his bat, and it's lined right at Cabrera. You can see a piece of the bat go flying on impact. 1 down. Injury report tonight brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Jose Iglesias was hit by a pitch. X-rays were negative on that left hand. He's listed as day-to-day. Meanwhile, Phil Koch, day-to-day, he's got some soreness in his business elbow. The interesting thing about the injury to Iglesias, you know, they brought Johnny Peralta back. They're working him out in the outfield, and he's really, I would think, an insurance policy.
Oh, yeah, if this kid can play.
He's going to play, but if he's banged up.
Yeah, you never know. You have to wait and see what happens. He came out, I saw him get hit in the hand. It looked like obviously it did hurt, so you don't know how long it's going to take him.
Big chopper to first base. Swisher backs up. Makes a good feed to McAllister. 2 down. Let's go downstairs and join Katie with him. She was following Justin Masterson, who before the game threw it in the Indians bullpen here today. Katie, how'd he look?
Oh, he looked very good, Matt. It was his first bullpen since dealing with this oblique injury. Terry Francona was very impressed with his command. Mickey Callaway said that he hit his delivery checkpoints better than he has since probably the All-Star break. He threw all his pitches, went 33 pitches. It all depends upon how he feels tomorrow, Matt. But best case scenario, Callaway said you could see him throw a simulated game on Monday or even 2 innings on Tuesday in the game.
Nice.
Well, my money's on Justin Masterson. He's worked very hard to come back. He wants so very badly to be part of this and to help the club any way he can.
Well, you have to think when he came out of that game, he did that. They were smart enough to get him out quick enough where he didn't really pull something off that oblique.
Well, yeah, I mean,
more than he did.
In other words, maybe he didn't blow it out.
Right.
He injured it. That ball's hit pretty well. Deep left field. Brantley's going to watch it leave. Brandon Laird, the younger brother of Gerald Laird, who we've seen for so many years in the American League at the catching position. Brandon Laird, an infielder, just hit his 4th home run of the season for the Astros. He was recalled on September the 8th, and he gives Houston a 1-0 lead with 2 down here in the 2nd inning.
That's his 4th home run. Let's take a look at the pitch. Slider, breaking ball out over the plate. One of the few breaking balls that I've seen so far. Man, that one got out of here in a hurry. He went down and picked it up and shot it out of here. So Houston takes a 1-0 lead.
And J.D. Martinez takes a strike. J.D. Martinez was on the disabled list from July the 27th until September the 13th. So he was just healthy enough to get going again a week ago. He had a left wrist sprain. And a count now 2-1 for McAllister. That's a strike on the outside corner to even it up at 2-2. Way outside and a full count.
Well, the one thing they've been trying to get McAllister to do, a lot what they tried to get Jimenez to do is pitch inside. Keep these guys honest in there.
Swung on and missed. He strikes him out to end the inning. But Brandon Laird with a pretty good bolt as the Astros in front 1-0.
The owner suite is now available free on iPhone and iPad. You can build your stadium and make the decisions to guide your team to the World Series. Download MLB Ballpark Empire free today.
Bottom of the second inning, Carlos Santana will lead off for the Tribe, followed by Ryan Rayburn and then Asdrubal Cabrera. All three putouts in the first inning went 6-3 for the Indians. Bourne, Swisher, and Kipnis all grounded to short. Now Santana. And Brett Oberholzer with a fastball in for strike one. Down low, he lays off. Good pitch, drops it in for a strike, and he gets ahead 1-2. Spun him out of the way with a fastball. That'll even the count at 2-2.
Again, not overpowering. So that's what he has to do. He has to show those hitters inside to move them back.
Upstairs with it, full count. Payoff pitch, line to right field, a base hit for Santana.
How pretty was that swing on a 3-2 count? They're playing him over the shift for a right-handed batter. And he doesn't try to pull the ball. He just stayed on it nicely and went the other way on that 3-2 fastball. It was up a little bit, but that's the perfect swing for that pitch right there. Indians get their first hit.
That will bring up Ryan Rayburn. And he takes a called strike. Pops him straight up. Hose, the right fielder, is in, and he makes the catch one away. Our stat of the game brought to you by your Northern Ohio Buick dealers. The Indians last night improved to 27-17 on the year in one-run games. One of the best this year in the bigs. Brings up Asdrubal Cabrera. Chopped right at the third baseman. It kicks off the glove, and then Altuve, or excuse me, VR can't make the play. And the Indians have two on with one out. So Laird couldn't corral it, and then it looked like VR was going to maybe make a play on it. Neither of them could, and the Indians have two on with one out.
Well, that's a double play ball that his glove fell off. I mean, a routine double play. He gets a nice hop right here. He started to come in on it, and then there goes the glove, and it deflects over to VR, and he tried to rush it. So you got to give him an error, and everything goes.
I don't know that I've ever seen a player's glove fall off like that.
You see, he started to come in with it, and then I really don't know what happened, but it goes first and second. That is the 114th error for Houston this year. They are rated second to last, 14th in the league.
So a chance to take advantage of an early mistake now as Michael Brantley steps in.
Oberholzer goes with an off-speed pitch for strike one.
Yeah, you get the extra out in the inning, take advantage.
Michael Brantley has hit in 4 straight games, going 6 for 15. Down low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
See, he started to come in and then holds up, and then you see the ball come up, and it hits off the thumb, and that glove comes off. That is really strange. I mean, your hand's a lot of times out of that glove a lot, or most of it, but it just knocked it right off.
Brantley fouls one out of play, and they count a ball and 2 strikes. Carlos Corcoran, the catcher, wants to go out and chat. You see the numbers for Brantley with runners in scoring position. He has been one of their most consistent run producers from that standpoint this year.
Yeah, that way, and with 2 outs. He's been very good.
He's driven in 64 runs this year, and he has hit. I have to look that up. He's hitting, it seems like, almost every spot in the order at one time or another.
Oh, I'm sure he has. He hasn't missed many.
The only spot he hasn't batted in this year is the 9th hole.
There you go, 1 through 8.
Now the 1-2. Line to left field, a base hit. Santana coming around third. Will hold, and the bases are loaded.
So he does his job again. Gets the base hit, moves everybody up. They'll have the bases loaded and 1 out. Nice stroke. Doesn't try to do too much. That's why he's a good hitter with runners on base. That ball was elevated, so it was very easy for him to go the other way. But Michael never does. He never tries to pull the ball. He stays on it. He'll take the base hit. He doesn't get greedy when guys get on base, and I think that's why he is so good.
Now Mike Avila steps in. 0 for 3 last night. Drew a couple of walks. Takes the first pitch strike. Avila's trying to snap out of an 0 for 20 slump at the plate. And this would be a good spot to do it. Drive down a run here. Bottom of the 2nd. Line to third. It's knocked down by Laird. He's going to tag Cabrera out, but the Indians have tied the game. And with 2 down, they've got runners at first and second base. Aviles picks up RBI number 42 on the year.
Well, the second double play ball he had, he doesn't come up clean with it. So the Indians really catch a break. I mean, Aviles hit that ball hard. I don't know if he got leather on it. That hit him in the bare hand. But I'll tell you what, the Indians score, and there's nothing you can do. Cabrera's got to get down, and he tags him out. So they come back. They answer that 1 run. It's 1-1, but there are 2 outs now.
He's had his glove knocked off, and he almost had his bare hand knocked off there. 2 on, 2 out. Tribe has tied the game. Now Drew Stubbs to the plate. In essence, that's 2 extra outs.
That's 5 outs.
Actually 3. When you think about it, could have been a double play ball, I guess.
You know what? As we say, you can't assume the double play. But yeah, I mean, it's 2 balls that should have been turned, and you catch a break. I mean, when you're sitting in there and you're a pitcher, and you say, man, I made my pitch. Even though Aviles hit it hard, you're a defender, you're sitting right in his way. You have to make that play and turn the double play to get out of it. He did not. They tie it up. And still an opportunity to add on to it. The one thing you have to do at the big league level is make plays, the routine plays on a daily basis. You don't have to make spectacular plays. Those are bonuses. You've got to make the routine plays and only give 27 outs at the big league level.
Well, Brandon Laird got the Astros on the board with the solo home run. But he is also responsible for allowing the Indians to come right back here now and tie the game in the second. Stubbs is swinging a miss, and it's 2-2.
Watch this. He doesn't get leather on it. Hits him in the leg. He never even got leather on that ball.
Got in front of it, though.
Well, that's the bonus. That's the. You're right. They got an out.
Knock it down. Now the 2-2 pitch. Stubbs strikes out. The inning is over. But the Indians tie the game 1-1 after 2. One here as we go to the third inning. Carlos Corpora and L.J. Hose, Jonathan Villar will lead off, or will hit for the Astros here in the third. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you, joined now by former Indians outfielder Cory Snyder, in top part of the Indians Alumni Ambassador Program. Great to have you back. How you doing?
Good, doing real good. Great to be here.
Your season finished up with the Mariners organization.
We
How'd
finished.
That go?
Went good. You know, we had a lot of young kids this year, but overall I think it went good, and we got, I don't know, 3 or 4 of the guys, maybe 5 in the big leagues now. So it's nice, and you know, fielders and also pitchers. So it's been really good.
I mean, that's the goal when you're down there in the minor leagues. You're managing, you're coaching these guys, is to get to the big leagues, right? They may only be there for a while.
That's a good thing and the bad thing for us,
right?
Because if they're doing really good, we lose them. So, but that's kind of what our job is, and it's kind of fun to see the guys, you know, do better, move on, and you know, make the big leagues. So it's kind of fun for everybody.
Carlos Corpora taking a called strike. Obviously, you're busy during the summer, so you don't get a chance really to follow the Indians and what they're doing. It's been an exciting summer here in Cleveland. What's your focus on right now as far as your career, Cory? Where do you want to go with your baseball career now?
Well, I mean, I'd like to you know, be a hitting coach in the big leagues. I mean, I think that's kind of, you know, my goal, to get back up there. And you know, it's kind of nice because, you know, you've been there, done that, so you can kind of, you know, let the kids know what it takes to get there, but more importantly, what it takes to stay there. And that's kind of, you know, what my goal is. I mean, I've been in AA for 3 years, and it'd be nice to get to AAA or even, you know, an assistant in the big leagues, you know, in the next year or so. And that's, you know, I mean, a lot of teams are going with the assistant in the big leagues, and it's just there's so much work to do now. It's a great way. You got 4 eyes. You got 2 people who can kind of bounce stuff off each other, and it's a good way to go.
Yeah, when you're working with 13 or 14 guys and they all need their hitting, and they hit so much more now than what they used to or when we played, don't they? I mean, in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was here for 5 years, and I think I saw the cage like once.
Yeah,
Right. They're like, when you hit the cage, when it rains, we would maybe go down there or just take a peek to see if we can get on the field for 10 minutes. But they have early work every day. They have, front toss every single day. They got their tee work every day, and then you got to add in the video. So it's hard for one guy to spread out. They've had 2 pitching coaches forever.
right.
And you got the same amount of guys. And to be honest, I mean, the hitting coach, he does a lot of work.
Absolutely. Well, we see it here at the big league level. We've seen it for years. Philosophically, I'm curious your thoughts. Can too much work be counterproductive for a hitter?
It depends on what's going on in where he's at right then. I think sometimes when the guy's struggling, I think sometimes too much, he may just need to back off. You know what, I'm not going to do flips or BP. I'm just going to right into the game.
Right.
But a guy that's really locked in, like when I was locked in, I'd like to take extra BP just to stay there and get that feeling every single night that, you know what, I'm locked in. I feel where it's good. I mean, I had a kid this year that's, probably great talent, just a workhorse every single day. But he struggled because mentally he just couldn't handle, it's just when you get to the AA level, most of these kids come out of college and they go through rookie ball, short A ball, high A ball, and they've never really struggled.
Right.
So then they get that double. I think A ball to AA is the biggest jump in baseball. You get to AA and they struggle, and it's like, okay, we're going to really find out how mentally strong they are.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing, and they're getting pushed to the big leagues just so fast these days that if they're pushed so fast, they get their 21, 22 years old, they've never struggled, and now they got to do it on the biggest stage. In baseball, it's in the big leagues, and figure out how to come out of it.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the mental part, I think, that hurts most of these people because, when you do struggle, and you're your own worst enemy getting out there. And, the extra month of the season or the extra 20, 30, 40 games that you have to play at the major league level is a little bit more difficult.
Oh, guaranteed. And that's the big thing. When you get to AA, AAA, even the big leagues now, they're coming up so fast. They're pretty good, mechanically. They're pretty sound. But we just got to try to keep them going, and get them to understand what the pitcher's trying to do. He's still trying to get you out. Yeah, you're in the big leagues, but you know what? You can still develop and you can still get better. You're hitting 260. Well, why not hit 280? And it's getting the kids to realize that, you know what? Yeah, I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I'm making pretty good money, but I can always get better every single day. And it's getting the players to buy into that, I think.
Do the kids worry about strikeouts nowadays compared to where they, it used to be a faux pas where they didn't want you to strike out. Nice play by Cabrera.
It sure was. Nice bare hand grab.
I mean, when you're sitting there, you're coaching your kids or something like that, and they go up there with an approach. Is there times when you get runners on base, you say, hey, cut your swing down. Let's put the ball in play. Let's move runners. Let's try and get a run in.
Oh, yeah, that's the approach you got to have. I mean, you can look at stat after stat that, when a player puts the ball in play, his average goes up 50 to 60 points. And it's just getting them ready to attack early on. If you got a good pitcher out there, the only way to get him is get him early. If he's in the game in the 6th and 7th inning, you know what? You're probably not doing really well. So I'm one of those guys to where I know Oakland did a long time ago, where take a lot of pitches, work the counts, make him throw a lot of pitches. Well, if we've got 4 or 5 runs in the first 2 innings, he ain't be in there either.
Yeah.
You're going to be in that bullpen.
That's
and the key is getting in the bullpen and, getting these guys to – have an approach, have conviction with their approach, and go in there and attack the ball early in the count.
I'm curious as to, because I think of Cory Snyder, I think of masher, I think a long ball, hit with power. So I'm curious, what was your hitting approach with regards to that, and how much do you rely on your personal experience as a big leaguer and a pro going into your coaching aspect? I wish we all say if we know now what we knew then, we'd be better. I mean, I was a big strikeout guy too, So to be honest, my approach probably wasn't the best back then, but I was, known for, you need to hit the ball in the park, you need to drive the ball off the wall, you need to drive and run. So I went up there and took the big swing. I didn't cut down my swing very much, which. If I know now, I know how they're trying to get you out. They try to get you out 80% of the way. So why not look away and still try to drive the ball the other way instead of doing things? And so, going through that and then having, Charlie Manuel, and Bobby Bonds and, Reggie Smith and, all these guys as hitting coaches. I mean, back then there wasn't a lot of approach. It was just, get the head from here out there
to the contact point and drive the ball.
Hit it
Okay,
hard,
don't
yeah.
worry about it. Just hit it hard. But now there's so much more into it. I think sometimes there's so much video, it's almost too much.
All right, hold that thought. We'll continue with Cory Snyder right after this timeout. We got a 1-1 ball game here in Cleveland. All right, we're back here. 1-1 is our scores. We go to the bottom of the third. We're catching up with Cory Snyder. We don't get to see him very often anymore. We
Just
usually
at fantasy
we
camp.
catch up at fantasy camp. So
Little golf out there.
I didn't do very well for you the last time. I was on your team.
That's okay.
yeah.
That's all
Cory,
right.
give me the scouting report after. I won't do it on the air.
Okay.
All right, here's Michael Bourne, top of the order for the Indians here.
It's been a great
interesting.
pick up here, hasn't it?
Yes, he has been. Very good at the top of the order. Good veteran presence. He's been very good for a lot of the younger players. And Cory, that's been one of the big keys for the Indians' turnaround. It started with Terry Francona, but bringing in veterans, Bourne, Swisher, Jason Giambi, the impact they've had for the younger players is immeasurable.
It's huge. You can't, even though I'm in the Double-A level, we really struggle this year. Because it's just you bring all these young kids up from A-ball, and there's really nobody in the trenches that have been through it, that have been successful, but also struggle at that level. And when you can bring in guys, like Bourne and Swisher and, Giambi is huge. He's been around, he's been in organizations that won, and he understands how to calm the guys down and say, you know what, you're going to go through it. That's just the way baseball is. And, baseball, you're going to go 2 or 3 slumps every single year. And, 2 of those are probably fatigue because it is a grind and you got to work it out the whole season.
All right, when you first came up, your first year was '86. Who were the veterans around on that ball club for you? Because you guys had a good year that year in 1986.
Well, you had big Andre Thornton.
Right, Thunder.
I mean, you had, Chris Bando. I mean, you had some guys that were, he was outstanding. You had Brett Butler and Joe Carter.
Right.
Who'd been around a little bit, But, Pat Tabler was on the team. And Brooke Jacoby. They all kind of took the young kids under the wing and say, you're going to struggle, but, just keep working at it. And that's the biggest thing. The kids get up there fast, but it's teaching them how to struggle and how to deal with it and how to stay here.
How to deal with it is right. But the thing at Double-A, you don't sign guys to bring them back because they're veterans like you do at the big league level. These are kids that are working their way up.
Right. So that's hard.
Yeah, it is really hard. It's like Bull
Or
Durham.
even at AAA. A lot of times you'll see guys sign at AAA that are maybe not organizational guys, so to speak, but you need some of those veteran players at that level to get those guys ready for that next big step.
The right guys. You need the right guys. That's the toughest place to manage, I think, is AAA. Because you get guys that want to get to the big leagues that maybe don't deserve to be there, but they think they do.
Yeah.
So they can tarnish the young kids that are there working their way up.
Yeah, that's a tough. AAA, like you said, is the toughest to manage because whoever gets called up, they're mad because they weren't the guy to get called up. And it's
Right,
just,
that's true.
I mean, it's hard. You know, it's like the guy just starts that night, and a guy gets hurt in the big leagues, and you say, okay, who's ready? Well, this guy's really ready, but he just threw 6 innings tonight, so the second guy gets a shot.
Yeah.
So that's where that timing and luck is everything. It's like,
sure is.
Man. It actually happened this year a couple times to us.
No kidding.
Where a guy, you know, he's getting called up after the game, and he hurt something.
Oh, no.
And it's like, I mean, you want to tell the kid, but you can't really say anything, and it's kind of hard. But it, you know, it happens. You know, where a kid plays, and, you know, the guy got hurt, and something happened, and you know what? The timing wasn't there for you, but, you know, hopefully later on they get a chance to do it. But
you know, you're talking about when you're coming up, you get to that AA level, and maybe that's the first time for a lot of guys that they struggle, where the competition just kind of catches up to them a little bit. When you came through the system, you got to the big leagues, you had a fantastic rookie season. Did you have a welcome to the big leagues kind of moment that you remember and say, whoa, the levels, it's a little bit different up here?
Look at that Blyleven pitch.
Oh,
You
look at
just took him
Blyleven.
deep. Oh, look at Bert. Bert's
That's my first
the king
hit.
of solo. There's your second one. If you hit 3 off of Bert, we're going to call him right here in between innings.
I got my first hit off Bert.
Good for you.
Triple to right center at the old place there.
2-8, got 2-8 is what you did. You got Blyleven.
That's exactly it. That's a good number, right?
Yes, sir.
We both wear it in fantasy camp. I like it.
Yeah, we do.
But, you know, it's one of those things where you get called up, and it's just you're happy to be there, so you don't really remember, in my opinion, the bad times.
Just remember the
struggled.
good stuff, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, my rookie year, at the end, you know, we have the big banquet. Okay, the present I got from everybody was a bat with 3 holes drilled in it.
There you have it.
So there's my moment right there.
Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Great catching up with you.
Hey, thanks. Good
That's
seeing
Cory
you guys
Snyder
again.
with us here tonight. Indians Astros still tied at 1. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. We go now to the 4th inning in a 1-1 ball game. Last night, it was 1-1 after 2, and it stayed that way until the 11th. In the air to right field, and I mean it's right at Drew Stubbs. He barely had to move. Our great clip of the game from last night. Ubaldo Jimenez with another gem. He just continues to go out and pitch very well, very confident.
Well, and you know what? It's almost like now he's been doing it so consistently. You expect that every time he goes out. Boom, boom, boom. No walks, 8 punch outs. I mean, or 9 punch outs. He just continues to roll. He's been on a very nice roll.
Well, I think too, Rick, with Ubaldo, yeah, you expect it. You want to see it every time out. It's not. He's going to have a
as everybody does,
bad game here or there. But at least now, if and when he does, at least now he has the baseline to know where to get back to. I think mechanically, the last couple of years, he didn't know where that baseline was. He was searching for it, trying to find it. Now he knows mechanically where he needs to be, and that's why he's been able to consistently do it.
He doesn't try to power his way through it like he used to as well. It used to be fastball, and it'd be all over the place, and he would fall behind. But no, I understand. He knows he's got a resort point where he can go back and get himself back into a nice little groove.
McAllister, he has made a number of those pitches tonight that, I mean, if they're balls, he's not missing by much.
No, they're not missing. You're right, but they're not called. He's had 5 full counts on the last 11 hitters. There's a pitch. That's a good one.
Missed down and in. Ball had a lot of movement on it, and another full count. Swung out and missed. McAllister comes back and strikes him out. His 3rd K of the night, 2 down in the 4th inning.
Well, the Indians playoff tickets will go on sale to the public Monday, and you don't want to be left out of postseason action here at Progressive Field, so you can log on to Indians.com/postseason for more information. So for the public, Monday on sale.
Down low. Ball 1 to Chris Carter, who lined out to short, broke his bat in the 2nd inning. That'll even the count at 1-1. Outside corner paints at that time, 1-2. Fouled right back. We didn't get a chance. The inning kind of went quick there with Cory Snyder, but we didn't get a chance to talk to him about his defense. But he was a tremendous outfielder with a great throwing arm.
He was a heck of a shortstop.
Well, that's
when he
right,
first came up.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, he could play shortstop, and then he went to the outfield, and he had such an outrageous arm, you couldn't run on him. I mean, he could throw you out from right field in the drop of a hat. But he was an all-around really good athlete.
2-2 pitch. Hit pretty well to center field. Bourne racing back on a dead sprint. Ball's over his head. Hits the wall, takes a crazy carom. Carter's going to go for 3. He'll easily make it for a 2-out triple. That ball hit the single panel of that wall in straightaway center field that angles back towards left. And that's exactly where that ball hit. And it forced Michael Bourne into a dead sprint trying to catch it.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's lucky the ball stayed in the park where the location of that was. And to the hitter, he threw it too. This guy has great power. And that was a high fastball that he just smoked to center field. There are 2 outs, so the triple doesn't hurt you as much. But he goes cruising in the 3rd. His 2nd triple this year.
And now up comes Trevor Crowe, who bounced out to first his first time up. Crowe 0 for 6 now in the series. And McAllister goes right at him with a fastball, strike 1. Crow batted third last night. Tonight in the 5-hole. Popped him up. Cabrera's there. And McAllister's out of trouble. The 2-out triple does no damage and will go to the bottom of the 4th. Still tied at 1. Right now on FoxSportsOhio.com. Pick a nickname for the new Goon Squad member, Matt Carson. Willis McGahee says he's 100%. And what does Scott Fujita have to say to Trent Richardson? Get complete coverage of all today's action involving Ohio sports on FoxSportsOhio.com. Bottom of the 4th, Carlos Santana will lead it off. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Santana singled and scored in the 2nd inning. A swing and a miss here. It's 0-2.
Santana hit a 3-2 fastball up out over the plate to right field his first at bat. He came around to score that run in the 2nd and did a nice job hitting it. See, Altuve's on the second base side this time up. He was over on the shortstop side before.
Unless he grows another 10 feet, it wouldn't have mattered which side he was playing on.
You're absolutely right.
Santana hit. Down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Santana chased one, and he strikes out. Second strikeout for Oberholzer, 1 down here in the 4th. Our Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile Index. Against teams who are below the 500 mark, the Indians have gone 47-18 this year.
Well, that's taking care of business.
The old adage, beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
Right. That's taking care of business. The bottom line after a 162 game schedule is how many wins did you have? They don't ask who you played and how you got there because everybody plays the same. Well, Rayburn couldn't hold up, so he will fall behind 0-1.
1-1 to count. Pop back and out of play.
Send out some birthday wishes to Elda Emler of Canton, who is turning 97. Willie Spikes Jr. of Painesville is 73. And Becky Bekalik is 46 from Parma. Happy birthday to each and every one tonight.
Ryan Rayburn shoots one right back over the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Indians Astros tied 1-1. Tampa Bay leads Baltimore 3-0. They're in the 3rd down in St. Pete. Texas at Kansas City. They're due to get underway in about 5 minutes. Missed inside, 2-2. Hard hit ground ball to third. It's by Laird. And into left field, a base hit. 3rd hit of the night for the Indians. And a 1-out base runner now here in the 4th inning.
Well, he stayed back nicely on this ball and drives it. See, that breaking ball stayed up, and the hitters let you know when you get a ball up in the strike zone, they hit it with authority. This one gets by Laird at 3rd into left field. So a 1-out single for Rayburn.
As Dribble Cabrera steps in here. Cabrera hit the ball that Laird misplayed in the 2nd inning that opened the door for the Indians to get on the board and tie the game.
I'll tell you one thing, Oberholzer is 13 out of 15 first pitch strikes. He doesn't mess around. He gets ahead of you.
37 out of 55 in all for strikes, so he hasn't thrown many that have not been somewhere in the zone, but not many in the middle of the plate. That's for certain. He works the edge as well. And at least to this point, it looks like he's pretty effectively changing speeds. He's had hitters chasing a lot of balls that are down out of the strike zone.
Well, he uses both sides of that plate. He's got the changeup, the breaking ball. Not overpowering, but he adds, subtracts. Keeps hitters off balance. The key to pitching. And keep it out of the middle of the bat, you know, off the middle part of that bat.
Plus, as we pointed out before, not a lot of familiarity. So some of the hitters are trying to figure it out as they go here. But this guy's no fluke. He shut down, and I believe he shut out the Boston Red Sox earlier this year.
His first start was against Baltimore. He went 7 innings, 3 hits, and did not allow a run. Boston, 7 innings, 4 hits, did not allow a run. And he had Seattle, 9 innings, 4 hits, did not allow a run. So, yeah, he can get inside your head as a hitter, keep you off balance.
Just 2 starts ago against Oakland, 6 innings, only 1 run allowed. So, yeah, he's faced some good lineups and had good success. Bo Porter, his club, with 102 losses on the year. They've lost 6 straight coming into tonight's action. Indians have won 3 out of 4 against the Stros on the year. Well, last night Houston gave them all they wanted, and here again tonight. It's a 1-1 game in the 4th. 2-2. Full count. And Bo Porter said after last night's game, it's one thing when the other team beats you. He felt like they beat themselves last night with some of the mental mistakes they made and some of the poor at-bats they had, bunting with 2 outs and runners on base.
Right. When they're throwing out 3 different bases. He's right. That's what happens with a young team.
Rayburn not running, and the 3-2 pitch fouled away.
Well, you're not going to run with Rayburn because of that sore heel. That's why he's DHing tonight, so he'll stay put.
Re-aggravated that injury on the final game in Kansas City. But back in there tonight. But as Rick said, only DHing. Payoff pitch, ball 4. And that's the first walk issued by Brett Oberholzer, and the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. Time now to take a look at tonight's trivia question, brought to you by AT&T. Two players in Major League history have hit 20 or more home runs for 2 teams in the same season. We'll have the answer coming up later in the game. Michael Brantley, who singled his only time up, will be the batter. Brantley singled to load the bases in the 2nd inning. Took a high fastball and shot it to left field. A little bit low, ball 1. That'll even the count. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Second straight time that Brantley has come up with runners at 1st and 2nd and 1 out. Last time he got his base hit, but they couldn't score him because it was in left field and hit right at him.
And now Oberholzer gets ahead of Brantley. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and it remains to be seen how well Rayburn will run the bases tonight on.
Right. High changeup right there. You know, sometimes you figure, oh, a left-hander's not going to throw a left-hander changeups. They do nowadays. It doesn't matter. That was a high changeup.
Now the 1-2. A little bit outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good pitch. And he laid off of it. This is a tough one. I'm saying it's a good pitch. Not that it was a strike, that he didn't swing at it. Because that's a tough one. A lot of lefties you'll see go after that ball.
2-2 delivery. Brantley pulls it to 1st. They'll go to 2nd. They throw it into left field. Coming around 3rd, Rayburn slides in safely. The Indians score. They go ahead, run. Ball gets away. Everybody advances. So Indians now at 2nd and 3rd. Still only 1 out as the Astros self-destruct here in the 4th.
Well, it's going to be their 2nd and 3rd error of the game. I mean, at first base, Carter, he could have went to first base and taken it. He decides to go to 2nd. That's okay. He had time, but he airmails the shortstop into left field. And then this makes the throw into home plate. It hits the runner. It kicks around, so everybody else moves up. And boy, oh boy, what a nightmare. That's 3 errors on the night now for Houston. The Indians will certainly thank him.
See, Brantley, once he saw the ball get by the catcher, he took off down to second. Now the Astros bring the infield in. And Mike Aviles, the batter. Aviles picked up the RBI in the second inning. And he chased one, might have been a little bit up out of the strike zone, 0-1. You wonder, Rick, as a pitcher, how long you can hold your emotions in check when your defense has committed 3 errors and another ball that Laird had in that second inning. It wasn't an error, but could have been a double play ball that he misplayed.
Yeah, right. You just have to focus, man. Focus on that next pitch.
And
I'll tell you, he's done a really nice job of it. You can't get caught up into the emotions of the guys behind you, even though you need them wholeheartedly to come up and make every play they can, especially when you're a contact guy and you put the ball in play. But you just focus and you try and make your pitch.
Infield in for Houston. Aviles down on the count, 0-2. Pop back out of play.
You know, errors are part of the game. They're going to happen, but you gotta learn sooner or later that once you make a couple of them, you've got to tighten the reins a little bit. And they're tied now with the White Sox for the most errors in the league at 116.
Nubbed right back to the mound. Oberholzer looks the runner back, takes the out at first, 2 down.
He just figured it out. I have to do it myself. Let him hit it back to me.
So with 2 down, Drew Stubbs will be coming up. Stubbs struck out his first time up. Long conversation here, and Corcoran seems to be doing all the talking.
Well, what happens is you got first base open when Stubbs the right hander, and you got Bourne on deck. So I think they're just going over about what they want to do here, and if something happens where they fall behind Stubbs, what they want to throw, and looking at the guy on deck as well, just looking at the whole picture here.
Popped up out of play. As Dribble Cabrera is at third, Brantley, the runner, at second base. And it's inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. There you get a look at the runners as the Indians have taken a 2-1 lead. Looking for more here if Stubbs can come through with a 2-out hit. Outside, 2 balls and a strike.
See, now he's just trying to stay out of the middle and change speeds. Went inside fastball, outside changeup. He's made 30 pitches in this inning, and certainly his defense has not helped him. He should be off on the bench, relaxing. Nice changeup.
And the count 2-2.
And he went inside with this changeup. So he went changeup away, come back, changeup in. Right there, Stubbs thought it was a fastball. And that's the pitch he got him on his last at-bat to strike him out was the fastball in. So he was thinking he was getting another one there and pulled the string. Good pitch.
A little bit outside and a full count. Michael Bourne would be next if Stubbs keeps the inning alive here. Zach McAllister will be working with the lead when he goes back out in the 5th inning. How big will that lead be? Payoff pitch. Close, but ball 4 and the bases
He was
are
walking
loaded.
off the mound. It looked like he started to walk into the dugout. He thought he had a strike there.
Well, both he and Zach McAllister have had pitches tonight that have been very close but not called.
Watch him walk. Now, when a pitcher does this, that's a good pitch. I gotta agree with him. That was a curveball inside. He can't believe it. I don't know where else it could be. Now he's got to be frustrated when you're not getting help from your teammates or the umpire. And look at the manager. He is fired up right there.
All right, Michael Bourne, the batter, with a chance to do some 2-out damage here. Bases loaded. Bourne 0 for 2. And that's outside ball 1. Outfield really shading Bourne the other way toward left. Outside 2-0. Friday night crowd frothing at the mouth here. The Indians have taken the lead. They want to see them really blow it open now. Right at the second baseman. And the inning is over. Tribe leaves them loaded, but they take the lead 2-1. Indians baseball is brought to you by the wireless receiver only from AT&T Uverse. Rethink possible. And by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. The Indians have a 2-1 lead now as we go to the 5th inning. Brandon Laird, J.D. Martinez, and Carlos Corcoran due up for Houston. Laird homered for the Astros' only run of the night back in the 2nd inning.
That homer came off a slider down out over the plate.
Fastball up high. Chased the same pitch. 1-1. Hard hit ground ball to short. Cabrera spins around, and his throw is on the money. Our AT&T U-verse rewind. Baseball can be a humbling game. Brandon Laird with a solo home run. He gives his team the lead.
Gave him a 1-run lead.
But then he goes back in the field and had his glove knocked off on that play. And this could have been a double play to end the inning, but he did get an out.
So the plus minus you're saying is even. He drove in one and let one in with a couple of plays.
That's hit pretty well in the gap left center field. Brantley over to cut it off. And Martinez aboard with a 1-out single. Carlos Corcoran fly to center his only time up. Upstairs with it, 2 balls, no strikes. Wow, way outside, 3-0. He walks him on 4 pitches. And now the Astros right back in business with 2 on and 1 out. And L.J. Hose will be the batter.
First walk by McAllister. And that'll bring out Mickey Callaway. Yeah, he wasn't close there after the single. Well, you don't want to miss a special fireworks show after the game tomorrow night. That'll be courtesy of Nick Swisher. Celebrate a great season with the Cleveland and Ohio themed display and songs by Michael Stanley and the Ohio State Band. Log on to Indians.com for your tickets.
The conversation was quick and to the point. You won't see many visits more brief than that one.
Well, that's fine. Let's go. He's just saying, hey, you're getting back to the bottom part of this lineup. You don't give them, you make them hit their way on. That was his first walk.
Was robbed of a hit his first time up. Remember, that was the play Cabrera came charging in, made a nice bare hand grab and throw to get him. And he takes ball 1. It's up high. And he is 2-0 now to the number 9 hitter.
So it's 6 straight now by McAllister.
Bullpen phone is ringing. They'll be scrambling and getting into action here in a hurry. He lays one in there for a strike.
Well, and smart for Hose to just take it all away. Make him get in the strike zone, and he did.
Line right back up the middle into center field. Coming around third, J.D. Martinez will be held as Bourne got off a good throw. Perfect throw to the plate by Michael Bourne. But the Astros have now loaded the bases with 1 out here in the 5th inning.
Well, you got to come right back when you fall behind, guys. He throws him a fastball to rope, and he does. Right back up the middle. So McAllister now losing command. They have the bases loaded. Just 1 out. Yeah, you almost have to hold him up. Bourne made a nice throw coming in on 1 hop there to Santana. Probably would have been a dead duck if he sent him.
Rich Hill, Brian Shaw getting loose in the Indians bullpen. Jonathan Villar, the batter, 0 for 2. He has flied out, struck out tonight. And McAllister misses up high, ball 1. Just over 70 pitches tonight for Zach.
Again, he's been for me, predominantly fastballs. He hasn't proven he could throw his breaking ball for a strike.
Could be 2 here. Kipnis to Cabrera, kicks the bag, throw to first, got him! An inning-ending double play. Kipnis and Cabrera bail out McAllister, and the Tribe gets out of trouble here in the 5th. They still lead it 2-1. Well, Zach McAllister, lots of high fives in that dugout as the Indians got out of a big jam there. Bases loaded, 1 out, the double play ball, and the Tribe maintains a 2-1 lead. Bottom of the 5th, Nick Swisher, Jason Kipnis, and Carlos Santana for the Tribe. Swisher has grounded out the short both times up tonight. Came in riding a 9-game hitting streak. And that's ripped foul. Boy, was he out in front of that baby.
Yeah, breaking ball coming into him.
You know, Rick, the thing you have to like about Brett Oberholzer, if you're a Houston Astros fan, with the errors that have been made behind him and some of the miscues, the guy's really competed.
Yes,
I mean, he hasn't backed down. He hasn't caved in and, just given up a big inning.
I'll tell you what, he showed me something last inning after his defense threw it all around, and he had Stubbs struck out, and the umpire didn't give him the call, and he still fell behind Bourne and had to come back and get an out. After all that trouble, he did. He kept his calm, and he was very good.
Swisher ropes it foul again.
16 out of 20 first pitch strikes. And when you get the ball in there like that, if you're going to hit it hard, you've got to get the barrel head out front like Swisher's doing. But the only thing you can do with it is hit it foul.
Up and in, spun him out of the way. Fouled right back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes as Swisher leads off the bottom of the 5th inning here. And that's fouled right back.
Good pitch. Good job fouling it off. Staying tight on Swisher. He's not giving him a lot of swinging room.
Oberholzer delivers, and Swisher hits it high in the air to right field, where LJ Hose will make the catch, 1 away. Well, last night the Indians' hero was Matt Carson, who stepped up with that game-winning hit in the bottom of the 11th inning. With more on that, here's Katie with him.
Well, Matt Carson has been finding a way to chip in and has been a part of what the Indians have been doing ever since he got the call-up. Terry Francona today said it's really cool having him be the one to come up with that walk-off RBI single, justice in a way, because he's been playing this game for so long. And then he added it would be really nice if he could continue to hit 778 too.
Well, how about that, too? Oberholzer was in the middle of his windup, and I don't know what happened there. Thanks for that report, though, Katie. I mean, Matt Carson, he's one of those guys that I think every baseball fan roots for.
How can't you?
When you've played that long and you just continue to bring it every year, and you finally get an opportunity like this and to take advantage of it, make the most of it, which is exactly what he's done. How can't you root for a guy like this?
Yeah, you know what? He's done a great job since being here. Gets a start last Sunday against Chris Sale, and what's he do? Gets a base hit to give the Indians a lead. Second at bat, goes deep, takes him to right center field. You know, getting the opportunity, that's the whole deal. Then gets the game winner last night. You know, you got to be at the right situation, the right time, and you know, good for him that it worked out. As you mentioned, he said it was his pinnacle in his big league career, so hopefully it can continue for him.
Well, Katie and I were talking before the ball game, and you know, the interesting thing about Carson too is, you know, if you just went strictly by the numbers, he probably wasn't, you know, a guy necessarily on the fast track to get a call up, but because of the player he was on and off the field, the impact he had on some of those younger players at AAA Columbus, they said, hey, this guy is a great teammate. He's a guy who deserves an opportunity. And so,
well, good people, good things happen to good people, and obviously he's a good person. or he wouldn't be in this situation he's in right now. And fortunately for him, he's able to get a couple of big hits.
Because you said it earlier when we had Cory Snyder on. When you're at AAA, you need the right type of veteran players.
Right.
You don't want guys who are going to poison those younger players.
Guys that think they're big leaguers when they're truly not, because they've had their day in the sun.
2-1 pitch. Outside, 3 balls and a strike.
You can never go wrong when you surround yourself with good people.
Yep. Ryan Rayburn waiting for a chance if Santana keeps the inning alive. And he will indeed. And we'll go back to the Hyundai Studios right now for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
Hey, Matt and Rick, Rangers and Royals underway at the K in Kansas City, and Texas has an early 1-0 lead. A.J. Pierzynski just misses a home run here, but Adrian Beltre will score all the way from first base, and that's been it thus far. 1-0 Rangers over the Royals, second inning. Matt?
All right, thanks, Al.
That is now a season-high walk total for him, 3. He's walked 2 a few times.
Bounce to third. This time Laird handles it cleanly, and the inning is over. 5 complete. The Indians 2, the Astros 1. Tonight, Sports Time Ohio is on the road to glory in Akron for an epic showdown between 2 storied traditions. Cardinal Mooney of Youngstown, St. Vincent St. Mary of Akron. Jeff Phelps, Frank Stams have the call for you between the Cardinals and the Irish tonight at 11 right here on Sports Time Ohio. I know Frank will be as impartial as he always is, even though he played for St. Vincent St. Mary.
Oh, no, he was.
Jose Altuve will lead off this 6th inning for Houston. He is grounded out, flied out, and the pitch up high, ball 1.
Well, that's the first pitch Altuve has taken tonight. He had 2 at-bats on 2 pitches.
Up high, 2-0 again.
Well, McAllister now starting to get the ball up. The bullpen up and throwing for Francona out there.
Wow, that one really took off,
Yeah.
and it's 3-0.
He did that last after he got the first out, and then you got the base hit by Martinez. Then all of a sudden that he lost the strike zone. He ended up getting out of it with a double play. Not even close.
Well, the Astros get their leadoff man aboard. Mike Avila's going to go out for a chat. I don't think it's going to matter because Terry Francona's already made up his mind. He's going to go to the bullpen right now. He's going to go to the left-hander. And Zach McAllister's night is over after 5 innings. The double play ball got him out of trouble in the 5th, but he walks the leadoff man on 4 pitches. And today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen will be for left-hander Mark Zepchinski. So he's coming on here in the 6th, and we've got a timeout with the Indians leading it 2-1. We go now to the situation here where the Indians are faced with a man on, nobody out in the 6th. And our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Brandon Laird gave Houston a 1-0 lead. The Indians tied it thanks to some woeful defense. Then they took the lead thanks to more woeful defense.
They sure have. Houston has given them the lead. It's a 2-1 Indians lead right here. McAllister comes out, walks the first guy in this inning, and he's gone. So Mark Zepchinski comes on for the 21st time.
And he'll be facing the big left-handed slugger, Mark Krause. 0 for 2. He lined out in the 1st, struck out in the 4th. Low ball 1. I want to send out belated happy birthday wishes to Jack Schloss, whose dad Kurt, member of the Indians organization. And
oh yeah,
Kurt was a little tardy with the birthday announcement for us, but well, Jack, hope you had a great birthday, and take it from me, you can celebrate all month long. It's not a one-day deal. Mark Zepchinski. Been a good pickup for the Indians. Good trade acquisition. Now 1-1 pitch. A little bit outside. 2 balls and a strike.
Altuve, one of the guys that will run. That's why the left-hander's in here. He has 35 stolen bases, but he's been caught 12 times. That leads the league in the caught stealing department.
Whoa, nice grab by Swisher. In the last 4 appearances for Zepchinski, he's worked 4 innings and struck out a half-dozen batters. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down, and they got him. Tell you what, terrific throw by Carlos Santana. He didn't rush it.
Right.
Took his time and made a very good throw.
Well, you're right, Matt. He did not rush it. And he comes up and makes a perfect throw right on the money. He got a decent jump off the left-hander. He had to wait and make sure, but look at that throw. Couldn't be any better. Nicely done, Carlos. Gets the runner.
Mark Zepchinski.
Yeah, he's saying,
"That a baby.
That's you, you." Good throw.
Swing and a miss. Zepchinski gets the strikeout. 2 down in the inning.
And now he'll make the move. He was in for one hitter and actually got 2.
Yeah, he got 2 outs, so you got to love
With a
that.
little help from your friends.
Terry Francona again makes today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. This time he's going to go for Brian Shaw with 2 down here in the 6th inning, and the Tribe leading it 2-1.
Final Kids Fun Day of the year. That'll take place Sunday. Plenty of activities for the kids. They get to run the bases after the ball game. It's sponsored by the Cleveland Clinic. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
2 down, bases empty. Brian Shaw in to face Chris Carter. Pitch outside, ball 1. Two and 0 the count. Carter tripled with 2 outs in the 4th inning. Hit a ball to deep center field. And took a crazy bounce off the fence.
It sure did. I don't think I've ever seen a ball take a bounce like it did there. Because, I mean, it hit right at the corner.
Yeah, exactly. There's one spot where the ball will do that, and that's where he hit it. I think I saw another ball that did that similarly, except it hit just to the left of the yellow line where the fence goes straight up.
Right.
And it took that same kind of crazy carom.
Okay.
But
yeah, right out there in that little space there.
One weird little spot where you never know what the ball's going to do when it hits in there.
But it was a 2-out triple, so he was stranded at third.
Got him. Oh, no, the ball's in the dirt. Santana, I thought he held on to it, but not quite.
So did he. He went to hold it up, and the thing came out of the glove. He thought he had it. Watch him show it. He bounced. Yeah. He thought he had it too.
Payoff pitch.
Yep.
Swung on and missed. He got him. Good work by the Indians bullpen. Zepchinski and Shaw shut him down. 2-1 Cleveland.
You want to take a break from the Cleveland Winners and spend a little time with the Indians out in sunny Arizona? You can choose from one of 3 great spring training packages. It's a lot of fun, and the trip can be, all you have to do is call 855-298-5444 and check it out. I have different packages for you if you want to get away.
Up and away. Ball 1 to Asdrubal Cabrera. Fouled back. Popped up, foul again. That's outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oberholzer may be nearing the end of the road for his performance tonight, closing in on 100 pitches. Slow chopper towards third. Laird on the move, throws, and they got him one away. Let's get the answer to the AT&T trivia question. 2 players in Major League history, 20 homers for 2 teams in the same season. So they had to have been traded.
McGuire, Justice. All right.
Here is Michael Brantley. Singled in the second. Bounced into a fielder's choice in the 4th inning. Hard hit ground ball up the middle. Altuve backhander. Low throw. Carter digs it out. 2 down. And we'll bring up Mike Aviles. #100th pitch of the night for Brett Oberholzer. And a little bit outside for ball one.
I'll tell you, this kid's thrown well.
61% for strikes.
If you ask him, I think he's going to say, I think I threw a few more than that. But he did have 3 walks. That's the most he's walked so far this year. He's been into the rotation since end of July. His 8th start.
Line to right field, a base hit for Mike Aviles. He's going to go for 2. And he'll go in there standing. Well, he goes into a little bit of a slide. Why not? For Mike Aviles, that snaps an 0 for 22. And he's on the board with 2 down here in inning number 6.
Well, why not? Look at him go the other way with it. Sometimes there's a lot of hits the other way. We're going to see it slice. There couldn't have been thrown out there any better. So he'll go into second base with his 15th double. Now a chance for Stubbs.
Well, Drew Stubbs struck out in the second, walked in the 4th. I'd like to see Drew take that same approach. You remember back in Houston, it was that approach. Hit it to right field for the home run against the Astros.
Well, you know what? I think he does try to do that with left-handers. But this guy he's moved it in and out today. He's changed speed. So you start looking, say, early to try and take it that way. And he threw him the breaking ball in. He rolled over on it right there, and he fouled it off. But this guy's been pretty darn good at moving it in and out and changing speeds.
Good block that time by Corcoran. In a way, Rick, hate to use the comparison, but I think about Bruce Chen. Not overpowering, and this guy throws harder than Chen.
He sure does.
But he moves it around so effectively. You know, it's almost the old idea: never the same pitch twice. You know, you're not sure where to look for as a hitter.
This is a kid. Chen's a veteran. Chen knows how to do it. This kid's learning how to do it, but he's got a head start because he's got really good command, I think.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
See, now he's got him set up. A couple of breaking balls, the off-speed pitch, that changeup there. Now, can he come inside? Because now Stubbs will be thinking, I've got 2 strikes. I want to go that way to get a hit. And that's how he locked him up the first time with a fastball in.
Base hit. Has a chance to get another run home here. Good block. And remember, the last time up was the same situation. He had first base open.
Right.
With the left-handed hitter on deck.
Yes,
and he was
did.
very careful with Stubbs. Wasn't going to give in to him. And the 2-2 hit on the ground to short. VR throws. Close play, but he got him, and the inning is over. 6 complete. It remains Cleveland 2, Houston 1. To you by Panini's with 18 locations in Northeast Ohio. And by Levin. Two-one our score. The Indians on top as we go to the 7th inning. And for the Houston Astros, Trevor Crow to lead it off, then Brandon Laird and J.D. Martinez. Now, you can really feel the winds shifting here at Progressive Field.
There's something coming. There's no doubt.
Grounds crew is perched behind the tarp. Trevor Crow facing Brian Shaw. The flag in center field for the most part was just kind of drifting out earlier in the ball game, but it is now really picked up. I understand to the west of us we've already had torrential rains tonight, but it has stayed away for the most part right here in downtown Cleveland. We'll see if we can continue to avoid the raindrops, though. When the grounds crew is perched directly behind the tarp, that usually means that the rain is imminent.
Yeah, it's in the area.
Cody Allen is up in the Tribe bullpen. Crow cuts and misses. It's 2-2. I think the problem, not that it's a problem, but Rick, the forecast, once the rain gets here, sounds like it's going to be here for quite a while. Chopped foul. Got him looking. Ryan Shaw has struck out the only two he's faced tonight. One down in the 7th inning. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Well, there's some defense played right from the first hitter of the game. There's Michael Bourne coming in, making a play. Cabrera with the bare hand throw over to first base. And then they turn the double play to get out of an inning and stop Houston from scoring. A nice throw by Santana right on the money. Altuve caught. So they've done it nicely tonight defensively.
Well, here's Brandon Laird, who produced the Astros' only run of the game with a solo shot back in the 2nd inning. Slowly chopped towards third. Aviles comes in a hurry. Gets rid of it, and a nice job by Swisher. And that's out number 2. Tomorrow afternoon, kick off your college football Saturday on Sports Time Ohio with ACC football. The Tulane Green Wave head to Northern New York to take on the Syracuse Orange at the Carrier Dome. Coverage kicks off at 12:30 on Sports Time Ohio. There's a pitch at the belt. Good breaking ball. Martinez struck out on the 2nd. He singled in the 5th. Now Brian Shaw trying to make it a 1-2-3 7th inning. And the 0-2 pitch Swung out and missed. He got him. Brian Shaw, 4 up, 4 down. The side retired here in the 7th, and the Indians maintain a 2-1 lead. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. Starting to fall, and because the forecast is for heavy rain to pour down, they have yanked the tarp.
Well, they knew it was coming, and they were right on.
Well, it's been predicted earlier today. They said it was going to be heavy rains, and it has been raining to the west of us, as I mentioned. But we've avoided it for the most part up until now. And now the question is just how long this rain is going to settle in and sit here for a while. Well, while we have a moment, let's take a look at the in-game box score brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers. You know, offensively tonight, it hasn't been a lot to get excited about for the Indians.
It has not.
But they've done just enough to have a 2-1 lead. Zach McAllister gave them a good start. The bullpen has come on. Brian Shaw, Mark Sapchinski, they did a tremendous job. And so it is an official game if, you know, we end up in a situation where they can't get this thing restarted.
Yeah, they're going to button it down, put the spikes in on that tarp because the wind has certainly picked up. And the fans heading for cover.
So the rain's falling, heavy rains anticipated, which is why they've yanked the tarp and they're trying to be proactive against the heavy storm that is approaching downtown Cleveland. So we'll step aside while the rain falls. We'll be back just as soon as we have word on what we're going to do here tonight. In the meantime, stay tuned for the Tribe Report. That's next, with the Indians leading at 2-1, going headed to the bottom of the 7th inning.